Hello, cat. Hello, darling. How are ya? Yeah, I'm a little late tonight because I was trying to find everything. Hey, Scooter Mom. No. I was trying to find everything. I haven't finished organizing everything yet. So I'm a little bit late. All right, there's that. So I am at the my neighbor's mom's little dog passed away, and I am making some keepsakes for her and the family. With the ashes and her harness. I had to think of what it was called. All right. I have the bits out of there. Come here. Okay. Keep that out. I might need it as I work. Hey, Becky. Yeah, this is something I've done for myself. I made a pair of earrings out of some of the hair that I clipped from my personal dog that passed away. I can make all kinds of stuff. Is this the way that everybody does it? Probably not. This is the way I do it. All right. I know I need that. I need that. This isn't all my molds, but there's that. Which ones do I have in here? Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bump. Let's see what I want to do. Do I want to do a crystal? No, I don't want to do a crystal. Probably do need some spoons for glitter. 2 should be enough. There's one of my necklaces. I'm going to find the rest of my necklaces, though. Oh, those are extra hearts. Those are crystal toppers. I don't have all my molds. And this is all glitter. Okay. Where are the rest of my molds? Thought I found them all. I know she wants that at least. Okay. I'm going to have to fix that. That shouldn't be like that. All right. Yes, I do too. I think I might do this one. I don't know. I don't know. So this is the harness here. I have to think. Let me check this other box for the rest of my small molds. Thank you, Scooter Mom. All right, these are not the kind I need for resin. Those are the setting epoxy or resin. The 2-part resin. That's what those ones are. Rose quartz. Where's the other one? Nope, that's... Where's the other? There they are. An amethyst. For healing and peace of mind. What do I want to do? Hey, Carrie Ann. All right, I can set this down to the side for now. What do I want to do? I know she wants a pyramid. And I was thinking about making a little plaque. Yeah, I have enough resin. Here's my colors. There's the ashes. Yeah, I wanted to make it bigger though, and that one's bigger. So she could hang it on the wall. And then I have her harness and quite a bit of ashes. Just trying to figure out, I don't know where the rest of my necklaces are right now, but I've got some bracelets. I could do a small one for my neighbor on a bracelet. Let's see what else I've got in here. Because I don't think my necklaces are in here. No, this is mostly earrings and stuff. Okay. Don't know where the necklaces are at the moment. I'm thinking probably this one. He's a big guy, so I think something like that would be better. All right. So there's that. I'm gonna make some part of it glow in the dark. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do something glow in the dark, maybe. Maybe a moon or some stars. And then I know she wants the little pyramid. So in the base of that one, I'll probably put some of these. Yeah, I've got the little hand drill. I've got some of these amethyst stones and rose quartz that traditionally are used for healing and peace of mind, emotional healing and stuff. So probably put a few of those in the base of the pyramid too. Yeah. But what do I want to do? I've got colors. cherry, rose, white, peach, clover, blueberry, lemon, orange, violet, lavender, forget-me-not blue, black currant, which is just black, and lime. All right. I think my chat froze. Nope. Okay, we're good. Don't you think about it, Papa. Don't you even think about it, Papa. Nice try, though. That's what I was thinking. For some of it, there's several family members that wanted some keepsakes. So I might do each one a little different. So, but I think what I might do, instead of doing the nylon piece of the harness, I think what I might do is actually unstitch this piece, because this is just lighter fabric. Yeah, see what Scooter Mom says, round room, no corners. Because this will be a lot easier to work with in a smaller area. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't have all my sewing stuff up here yet. Hold that thought. There we go. Yeah, I think that's going to work better. Do a piece of this ribbon, because it's ribbon that they just stitched on. Thanks, Carrie Ann. Not my first go round, that's for sure. All right. Oh, lighter. So I can singe the end a little bit so it doesn't fray while I'm working with it. Good night, Cat. We'll see you later, darling. All right, there we go. All right, we'll put this one away. I'll think about how I want to do the scene in that big bone later. Let's do these little ones first. All right, so we've got mom, daughter, two brothers. Let's see. Pull the threads. Okay, there's that. Okay. All right. Get a little snag here. There we go. All right, I like that. I don't know where my little bottle is. That lets me have more control over pouring. So this is going to be fun. Unless, can I find a little jar? Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Let's see. Here's one that I did for my big dog years and years ago. It's a piece of his leather collar. Um, Hold that thought. I usually keep the pill bottles from my prescriptions Where did I see one? I don't know. I don't know where I saw them, but I know what I can do because I have so stinking many of them. Put that up here for right now. Put that up here for right now. I can use these little trays from the diamond paintings. Haha! Got it. I know what I'm doing. Notice I said I know what I'm doing. I did not say I'm a professional. So yeah, this is one that I did for a dog that I had many, many years ago. And that was part of his collar. Ooh, do we have the next part of the story? Is that what we're sharing? Oh, Sookie. Oh, no, Gary. Well, no matter what, thank you for popping in, darling. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right, so first, because I don't want to try to pour from the big bottle into all right. That's going to make it a lot easier. Hey, Sunrise. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Good to see you no matter how brief. Come on. Soak it up. A little bit more. Okay. I don't know where my long stem lighters are right now. Wait, I got one in the kitchen. Hold that thought. I have one, but it doesn't have the Bic lighter in it. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find one of the regular size Bic lighters. I know I had one because I used to smoke. Oh, I think it was in this drawer. I hope it has fluid in it because I've used it in over years, so I have no idea. The only reason I keep lighters is because, one, I have a wood-burning stove. Wood burning stove downstairs, and I have a propane stove in the kitchen. So I'm lucky, and occasional crafts. I don't see it. Crap. Let me go see if I can find one in my husband's room. I thought I was all ready. Sorry, guys. Get in there. Let me go see if I can find one. Found one. Okay. All right, I got it. This way. Woohoo! Oh, you better work. I just got a brand new lighter. Hot diggity dog. All right, no more burning my fingers. I like that idea. Oh, what did I miss while I was looking for a lighter? Yes, they do. It's UV resin, Becky. UV. So all you need is the UV light. Oh, where are you going, Momo? Okay. No more bubbles. All right. Put you over here. Block you from the light. Put you over here. And we're going to do a quick cure on that. I want that part to stay clear. Yeah, UV resin. It will cure as fast as this light goes. If you do it, in smaller layers or something, it will. It will cure. Okay. There's that. So it's cured. All right. Take a little here. The problem is if you have any open like this or in any of your mixing cups, you've got to make sure that you're blocking it from the light so it doesn't cure in your container. With whatever container you're using. Just want this a very light color. It could be. This is a UV LED nail lamp. So yes, you can use nail lamps. You just need to make sure that they've got the UV and LED or straight UV, because this is a UV resin. All right. There we go. I just wanted a little bit of color. That's better. So I just wanted a light coloring. All right, let that set because I can still see wispies of the color. So we'll let that sit for a minute. This is pretty thick paint. You gotta make sure you stir it up good because shaking doesn't work. So I'm just gonna put a few of these little hearts here that are glow in the dark. There's that. Close that up so that doesn't dry. I don't know if that will help, but it'll charge it up if nothing else. Oh, yeah, it's super quick, Becky. Super quick. Yeah, I thought so too, but I guess we're just a quiet bunch tonight. That's okay. I came home from work and conked out for a few hours. Another migraine nap. I feel a lot better now. I don't know if that's going to work as far as like helping the paint to dry or not, but it's worth a shot. You never know unless you try. So let's see. No, it didn't. That's all right. We can sit and chat while it dries. I didn't put it on very thick, so it shouldn't be very long. I need to get some more of these little mixing pots. These little ones, because I do more little keepsakes and stuff like that over big stuff, so I don't need the big ones. So, all right, let's see if we can. There we go. That last few little wispies that we had are blending in nicely now. Much better. All right, much better. All right, we can let that paint dry. Stick it in front of the fan. Oh yeah, it's super quick, and the biggest problem you have with putting additives in the two-part resin is you never know until you do it that whether it will float or not while it's curing. So um, with UV resin, you can do a little bit, stick it where you want it, cure that, then do some more, and it's a lot faster. A lot faster. Oh, almost. So for these ones, these are going to be real simple. I might just do a few of these different shapes and do them in different shades. No face. We're just not quite as chatty as we normally are tonight. I don't know if it's because of the subject of what I'm making or it's just a quiet night tonight. Exactly, Becky. With UV resin, you could, put a layer in, place your wood piece where you want, um, and then even do a half cure where it's still somewhat soft, but your pieces and your material won't float. of course, with what you're doing, you whatever you use, you still need to make sure if you're using a mold that you're using the clear molds and not the colored molds, because with UV resin, it's got to be able to go through the mold to cure it all the way around. So like with this, because it's got a solid piece, if I cure it only from the top, I could still end up with a soft spot or a wet spot underneath in the bottom of the bowl of the mold. So on my final cure, I'll probably do the top, and then I'll flip it over and do 1 or 2 cure cycles, light cycles on the back side of the mold to make sure that it's fully cured before I pull it from the mold. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, and you can barely just see a haze of the hearts there. Oh, it's not showing on that one. Let me swap the camera real quick. You can just barely see the haze of where the paint is, of the hearts on the top, above, and on the bottom below the ribbon. So it's just a little haze. All right. Now, I'm not going to fill this all the way up, but I am going to put this on the back side. Because I have an idea of what I want to do. Okay. All right, Keith. Good night, Carrie Ann, honey. I want to get these air bubbles out. And that's something in it. There we go. Got it. Whatever that was, I don't know. I'm going to break this and bring it back down so I don't have high spots. There we go. No high spots. All right. Here's the ashes. And I think the color I want is in this box. No. Yeah, that's red. There it is. So Becky, you're probably used to these kind of molds, the colored molds. With UV resin, you can't use these because they won't cure on the dark side. In the box. Before I dip this spoon into the ashes, I will be cleaning it out of respect to make sure that there is nothing that I am introducing into the ashes. And I want some of the fine ashes. Okay, that will work. Close this up quickly. Okay. All right, that's about a good mix of what I'm looking for. Oh, this looks cool. Some of it is sinking a bit. Hi, Lana. Some of it is sinking a little bit, so it's at different layers or different levels. Let me help some of that on. A little bit more. On that side there. See, and stuff like this can also be done. It doesn't have to be ashes like what I'm using right now. It can be done with like hair, um, things like that. This looks so cool though. I might actually just mix it. I'm just gonna do swirls. So it looks like kind of smoke wisping through there. But this looks so cool. I think I might spread it a little bit more. Yep, I like that. Oh, you're fine, Scooter Mom. I need to get my spatula. Yeah, I hadn't planned on staying on very long tonight. All right, there's that. Now the final clear over the back. Okay. Let's move that one. There we go. There she goes. All right. Oh, I'm excited to see how this one looks. Oh, Becky. Almost. Almost, I promise. Okay, there goes that one. Now I'm going to make sure I put it over here so I don't get any maybe small pieces of dust or anything on it, because I did clean my mat. So I've just flipped it over now, so I'm curing from the backside. You can't rush art, no. But this cures really quick, just a couple minutes. All right, let me check it. All right, just gotta let it cool real quick, because this does make quite a bit of heat. So that's what the back looks like, with the ashes and the glitter mixed together inside the purple resin. Ooh, it's still hot. So just give that a minute to cool off. You know what? Just to make sure, because I have been having problems with my mobile stream going a little fuzzy. You see all the glitter. So there's that. Still quite hot. Give it a minute. So I think what I'll do is I'll pop it into this tray to make sure it doesn't get dusty or anything until it's fully cured or fully cooled. So you can't really see the hearts inside the ribbon piece, but they are there. Let me swap it. Let me see. I don't know where my flashlight is. Let's see if I can turn my desk light. You can see it a little bit better. No, you can't. I don't want to put fingerprints on it. Oh, there you go. You can see the hearts inside the ribbon a little bit. Let me see if I put it on a piece of, if you can see it a little bit better. No, the light's just not working. Nope. Let me see. I hope this is clear. So the glitter isn't as prominent, which is kind of what I was wanting. Hey, Red. I'm doing all right. Let me see if this battery pack has enough light in it or power in it. Welcome to my world. And I have bonus kids on top of that. There we go. So it's just a light tint of that pinky purple. Hey, Claire. You can see some of the ashes, a little bit of the glitter. Let me see if I can. Yeah, the camera's not picking up the. But then don't forget, it's also got the see. It's also got those glow in the dark hearts in there too. You can just see them right there underneath the ribbon. then there's what the back looks like. Oh. Try not to touch the top too much. Yeah, I put the glow in the dark. So let me see if I can get, I don't want to touch the top too much. It's still warm. And with UV resin, when it's warm, it's still a little sticky. So I'm trying not to touch the top too much. Let's see if we can get the glow in the dark hearts. All right, let me turn off my overhead light real quick. Ow. Sorry. Let's see. You just see them a tiny little bit with all my gaming lights. I can't get it to go. Well, yeah, I can. Hold that thought. I can at least turn these ones off for a minute. Come on, turn off. You can just see them a little bit. They're not super strong because, you know, they didn't charge very long, just a couple minutes, but they're just starting to glow. So I think that came out nice. Then all I have left is just to clean up this little bit of a ridge along the edge. That's it. And that one is done. That came out nice. So that one I was trying to match. Let me set it up here. Okay, so that one I was trying to kind of match this darker pinkish purpley mauve color with my glitter. So now I'm probably going to try to do a light pink one. So we were trying to match that one. Yeah, just a tiny bit. And then I've got like a white grayish color. So I'm probably going to use silver for that one, I think. All right. Let's see what the shape. Probably this one next. Do different shapes too. Oh, that's perfect. So this is just UV resin that I'm using with a little bit of coloring and glitter. And what I've also done is I have made pieces from, use the little lighter on this. I made a couple of earrings or a pair of earrings from my dachshund when I lost him. I made some earrings and I used a few pieces of his fur as the stem in the flower, and I made the flower out of these little mini hearts here. I made the flower petals out of these, and then I used his fur as the stem because I didn't have ashes for him. Okay, I want to be respectful and move these because those are ashes mixed with glitter, and I'm probably going to add that pink glitter to the other light pink one we do. So, and then another dog that I had many years ago, I made this one, which is a piece of his actual collar that I had, but it was so old that it was starting to, even after he was gone, it was so old that it was starting to dry rot. Good night, Becky. So to preserve it, I went ahead and cased a piece of it in the resin with just some little heart sequin thingies. I have another one that actually has his good night, Scooter Mom. I have another one that actually has a piece of his collar and his old tag, but that has my name on it. And even though it's an old address, an old phone number, I'm not showing that one because it has all of that information on it. But it has the tag, his tag, and another piece of his collar. And then I had pieces left over that I made extras from. So, all right. All right. And I'm using these little trays because I can't find my little bottle. And I don't want to make a mess all over my molds, so I'm using these little trays. And these are just extras that I get in all my diamond painting kits. So I have so many of them. All right, so first. Oh, hold that thought. There's a hair. 2 hairs. Okay. All right. Mo, wake up, baby. Wake up. This is a bad dream. Wake up, baby. There we are. Hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. You all right? It was a bad dream, baby. All right. Yeah. That's kind of what I did for Samson. We kind of just put his collar away, and we didn't. So we lost him right before we left Florida and moved back out here in 2011, and got to make sure I'm getting all the air out from under it, making sure there's no air trapped in the fibers because this is a it's got strings on the back of the ribbon. So making sure there's no air trapped in there that can cause air bubbles in the piece. So we didn't bring any more than we absolutely had to, but I absolutely brought his collar. All right. Yeah, she had a little bit of a bad dream. All right, clear out the bubbles. There we go. One final check for bubbles. Oh, looks good. All right, center it. And slide. Now remember, because I have this open, we want to make sure that the light from the curing process doesn't start to cure this stuff here, because I want this left uncured. So we're blocking that light. Probably scooch it up a little bit more for you guys. There we go. So I'm just blocking that light from where I'm what I'm working with. I think it's going to be a little bit different for the bracelet one, because that's what I'm going to do for my friend. All right, there's that. All right, we're going to do, there it is. Do our little glow in the dark hearts. The top of this one is a little bit smaller, so I think I'm probably just going to do 2 on this one and make them just a tiny bit bigger instead of doing 3 with a big one in the center. There we go. George, was that you? Georgie? I don't know if you guys have met George yet, because he's not normally with me. That's got to dry. Georgie? Come here, bud. Come here. Mona, quit. No, quit. Come here, George. Come on, George. Come on. Come on, George. Come here, bud. Oh, here's Georgie. Ooh, Mom was mad at me. Here's Georgie. Hey, bud. How my boy? Here he is. You get my boy. Hmm? Your girl's not home, is she? Yeah. His girl is spending the night at her friend's house. The big girl is spending the night at her friend's house. And he doesn't know what to do because daddy's at work and mommy's here by herself. So he doesn't know what to do with himself. Bud. What are you doing? Oh, I know you too, bud. I know you too. You need a haircut though. You're getting a little long. You're starting to look homeless. Oh, I love that face. I love that face. Mwah. So here's George. Huh. You're George. You stay back. I don't want that getting in your beard, bud. You don't want it getting in your beard. You feel better now? Yeah, you. Oh, did I get a spot? Oh, I got a spot. Oh, I got a spot. Oh. All right. You lay right here, bud. That's a good boy. Now you've met George. Now you've met George. Yes. I see that little never wagon going 90 miles an hour. Yeah, that is our schnauzer. He's my little boy. He's a miniature schnauzer. I actually have I think I have a video of him getting a full haircut. I think. Pretty sure. So yeah, him's my boy. All right. I'm gonna have to hold it in front of the fan so it dries. Oh, the hair. I got hair in my nose. And he's something else. He is something else. He is full of character. But he doesn't know what to do when his girls aren't home. So he just paces until I finally go to bed. And then when I finally go to bed, then he's like, okay, Mom. Not quite yet. Yeah, he's something else. He's such a sweet boy, though. All right, just about. So while that's gonna finish drying, I'm gonna mix up the lighter pink that I'm wanting. Okay. So I have, where's the rose? That's cherry. That's peach. Where did rose go? There's rose. All right, so I want very subtle colors. I haven't used this one yet. I've got to find the opener. Where did it go? There it is. And a touch of white. I don't think I've used the white yet either. Let me see. No, I haven't. Okay. So I'm going to open this first. Okay. And then open this. Oh, that's something George would do. Okay. This one is not. Ah, there it goes. And take this off slowly. There we go. Dadgummit, I still made a mess. Okay, got it off before it stained too badly. Oh, I'm sure. Okay, it did. All right. Wasn't sure if it opened all the way or just a little bit. Okay. There's that. That one didn't puncture all the way. Oh, come on. I know it punctured. All right. Okay. Let's see what we get out of this. Uh-oh. I don't know where that came from. Okay. Oh, I'm digging that. Oh, I got to switch. Hang on. I got to switch. Oh, you can't tell. You can't see it. Dadgummit. But it's like swirled and not, I'm doing it. It's not fully mixed. And it looks misty. I'm doing it. Didn't look stringy like the other one, and I think that's because it had the white mixed. It looked misty, like a pink mist. I can't really tell right now. Oh, too far. Can't tell in the... All right. I really like that. Oh, come on. There she goes. Okay, I'm not sure there's something in it. Yeah. Yeah, I know how that goes. There we go. Oh, that's so pretty. All right, now I am going to use this darker glitter that I still have left here, because I want to try to utilize everything and minimize waste. Be respectful that these are the remains of a very, very beloved pet. So I want to use up as much as I can. Or I want to, anything that I pull out, I want to use as much as I can. So I don't want to waste this, even though it does have that dark purplish glitter in it. I do have some pale pink glitter somewhere. I just got to find it. There's silver. There's white. That's always an option if I need to. I can't find the other glitter. Okay, that's the dark one that we just used. There it is. It's a light pink glitter. Oh. Oh, don't stick to the bag. There we go. All right, this one is open, so I have to be very cautious. There we go. Maybe just a touch more. There we go. As I just sprinkled glitter all over me. Turn it this way so the glue doesn't stick to the bag again. Okay. Okay. I'll set that to the side. Take this carefully to the edges. Okay. All right. Try to kind of draw this out towards the edges a little bit more. There we go. All right. Oh, I bet he's spoiled rotten. I bet. I'm really excited to see this one. I have some in my drawer that I've some hair clippings that I've taken from clients that are wanting to be prepared for when the time happens. So I'll have more to make in the future, as this is kind of something that I offer for my clients. Sometimes things happen so quickly you can't always afford a full cremation or anything like that. So if we know a dog is not doing well, then I will save some of their clippings, and when the time comes, I'll make something for them. All right, Claire, thanks for popping in, honey. I appreciate it. We'll see you later, darling. That was perfect. That was the last little drop I needed. All right. All right. Oh, it's just something special. I know how hard of a time it is to lose a pet. Um, because they're not just a pet. I mean, we call them pets, but they're not just pets. They're bonus kids. They're our motivation to get out of bed sometimes when there's nothing else. It's yeah, they're more than just pets. And this little thing that I do helps some people cope. So if that's gonna help them cope, then by all means. I'll move this over here so I can keep it off anything that might be stuck to my desk mat. Right, I didn't realize you were still here, darling. So this is just a little something that I do to help my clients process their grief. Something tangible, something that they can hold. But it's not the actual collar. So they're not sitting and just, you know, obsessing over a collar. This is something else. So I know it's helped me. So all right. It's still hot. We'll pop it out so we can take a gander. This one, the collar bit, the ribbon, I had air bubbles under there, but that's no big deal. I can fix that. So we'll set that there. It's an easy fix. So we'll just that's why you got, if you're gonna use something like this, you gotta kind of really push it down to make sure you get the air bubbles out. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm basically just putting an, so I filled where the air bubbles were, and now I'm just smoothing a layer over the top. And I'll let it sit still for a minute, because I didn't put so much that it would run over the sides. Just to sit on the top and fill in where those air bubbles were. Is it going to be perfect? Probably not. No, that's okay. Okay. Okay, Red. Oh yeah, that worked. That worked. I really like the way this one looks too, because white gives you more of a opaque coloring. Hey, Janelle. Um, the white dye gives you more of an opaque coloring. So when you use it and you mix it with other colors, it looks kind of smoky. So I really like the way this one looks. Maya, I was there earlier. I hear you. So it gives you more of like a smoky look. Oh, that one came out so pretty. I just have to file the edges, but I'll wait until tomorrow to do that. All right, let me swap these cameras so we can get a better camera. See how it has a little bit more of a smoky look? Almost like a rose quartz coloring. Let me get my little flashlight here off my battery pack. See how it looks more smoky? It's not transparent like the other one was. So it looks more like rose quartz. And it does have the glow in the dark hearts in it like the other one does. So that looks gorgeous. You can see the hearts on the ribbon there from the harness. Oh, that one is gorgeous. Okay. Set that to the side without touching the top of it. Because when they're warm, they're still a little tacky until um, until they completely cool down. There it is. I'll clean that up in a second. I want more of oh, come on. This one. All right, I will probably do something with this as well, but in the meantime, I'm just going to set it over there. All right. Yep, perfect. Okay. That right in the middle. There we go. Now it's moving freely. Okay. Joannigans, darling, that's exactly what we're doing right now. So nice of you to join. I appreciate that. And yes, Maya, I have. I actually, if you go back on my channel, there's another one where I used, so I've talked about Pogo, my first service dog. Oh, come on. There it goes. I used some of his fur because at the time we didn't have the money to cremate him. So I did keep some of his fur, and I took the fur and made a pair of earrings. And what I did was, here, since this is UV, for those that may not know, I have a tray here that is, let me swap these views for you. So this tray is full of uncured resin, and I need to cure it, which is this little lamp here, but I don't want that to cure, so I'm blocking the light. So I took some of Pogo's hair, and no, you're fine, Joannigans. You're fine. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. But I took some of Pogo's hair, I used this little mold with these itty bitty tiny hearts. With these ones, I used these to make the flower petals with purple glitter. And then I used his hair to make the stem of the flowers and within the earrings. I'm missing a couple more of my smaller uh, molds right now. I haven't found them all yet from the room swap. So I can't show you which mold I used, but they were teardrop shape. So, and then Joannigans, I'm making a batch for my friends. So these are little keepsakes for their kids. And inside are glow in the dark hearts that I've painted inside. And then this is some glitter mixed with the ashes right here. This piece of ribbon is a piece of ribbon that actually I've taken from the harness from the dog. So, and then whatever's left will be returned back to the family. And then here's the first one. So we're on the third one for tonight. Here's the first one. This one's a little bit more transparent with a darker purpley pink. So this is also mixed with the ashes. So, so what I'm doing is I'm actually matching the colors that are in the harness. So I matched with the dark pinky purple here. I matched with the lighter pink. And now I'm doing one that's actually for my neighbor, Travis. And I'm going to be matching this white gray color now in his. Oops. So it's going to be, I've got some white iridescent glitter. And then I've got some silver glitter too that I'm going to use. I think the real fine silver glitter is in this box. So let's see. Yep, right here. So I'm going to mix a little bit of both of those. And I probably will not put color in his outside of the little bit of remnant color that I have in here. I might thin it and really make it very, very, very subtle for his. So move that out of the way. So here's the beginnings of his. And then you can see the hearts in there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mix some of this into the remnants of the pink that I had left from the last one, just to get the lightest shade. Just want a tinge. So you can see I just want a little bit lightest of that rose color. Just want a hint of that color in the resin. So this is UV resin. I don't know what resin you might have, Joannigans. So you can see this is just barely tinted that rose color to match the pink of the collar or the harness. Oh, Maya, honey, when it comes to that stuff, you will get it when you are ready. Period. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and mix the glitter in here, and then I can just tap some ashes directly so I'm not have any left in the tray over here. Because I'm probably not going to do the pyramid that she wants as well tonight. I'll probably do that tomorrow when I get home from work. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Just tap a little bit in at a time. Okay. Set that up against here. So okay, now I want some of this white. I don't know if it's open or not. Oh, this is just white. This one's iridescent. This is the one I want. I'm telling you what, all these extra baggies I get with my diamond paintings and stuff have seriously come in handy. There we go. Yeah, so this one is just white glitter, where this one is more iridescent glitter. Oh, raid from Cricket. Holy crap. Is it that? Yeah, it's that late. I knew I shouldn't have taken a nap today. Hello, everyone. Yes, craft class. I just want to add a little bit of this at a time until I get the right coverage that I'm looking for. Because I also, oh yes, from the Stay Ups land. I didn't realize it was that late. I was hoping to not be on so I could pop in and see Cricket today. But stupid migraine naps. All right, so I'm getting there, but I also need to remember that I'm also going to be adding ashes to this too. So I don't want to put too much. Then it becomes too busy. Hey, Pamela, I'm making some pet keepsakes for my friend. His mom lost her dog a while back, and he got some of her ashes and her harness. So I'm making the family some keepsakes for him. Hello, everybody. I appreciate you guys coming in. Oh, yeah, I think that's right there. So I think we're pretty close. You guys can see it's just barely tinted pink. Yep, I like that. And just a tiny bit of glitter, which will help distract from the fact that it is ashes. So that's why I do like adding glitter, because not everybody likes the thought of ashes. So oh, absolutely, Tamber June, for sure. They make small. So this is a big one, but they make small bottles of the UV resin, which is what this is. And it works really well when you're dealing with really light stuff like ribbon or hair or ashes. The UV resin works really well for that. So, so this is the third one I've been working on. This is the first one. So it's got a piece of the ribbon that was actually part of the harness. And I like adding, when I'm dealing with ashes, I like mixing in um, glitter so it distracts from the ashes part of it, but you know they're still there. It also has some glow in the dark little hearts that I painted in there. And this one's a little bit, I added a little tiny drop of white to this one to do the lighter pink that's in the harness, and it made it come out and look like rose quartz. So, all right, since this one is actually going on a bracelet for a man, I am not painting the glow in the dark. It's just a slider bracelet. I'm not doing the glow in the dark hearts. I'm just doing just a little bit of play off of the harness. So here's the harness, and then here's the ribbon that I'm using. So on the ribbon, it's got light pink, dark purpley pink, fuchsia color, and then like a white grayish color. It's not pure white, but it also isn't pure gray. It's kind of in between. So I'm kind of playing off the colors that are in the um, harness. All right, stop right there. Okay. Thank you, you guys. I appreciate that. It's a great way that you can spend time reminiscing and thinking about your loved pets if you're creating for yourself. Um, it's a really a great way that you can think about your loved pets while you're creating something that you can either, have, because I have a pyramid one that she wants too, so that she can set it on her desk or on her shelf nightstand. So I'll be working on that tomorrow. But in my case, I didn't have ashes. Um, I just was able to get some hair from my first service dog. And so I took his hair and took, actually, I think I have some. Let me see. I made some earrings. And what I did is I took, are they not in here? No, they're not in here. Um, these little mini hearts on this mold. And I used these as the petals in the flowers. Let me see if they're in here. I made some extras too in red. Um, I made them the petals. Here they are in the flowers, and then used his hair, a few strands of his hair, as the stem in the flowers. Oh, I've been crafting for years, Tamber June. Years. Okay, so see how itty bitty tiny these little hearts are? So I took them. Let's see. Not all of these are the same kind. All right. I used the flat ones, but there's also rounded ones. So I just took the little hearts like this, like that, and made a little flower out of them like that. Bring it up so you can see a little bit. So I just made a little flower out of little hearts like that, and then used his hair as the stem of the flower. So I can drop that in that box because that's for more of the big decorations. Okay. Give me a moment, please. Make sure I don't have any excess glitter. I want to be respectful of the ashes. Make sure that I'm not introducing anything that doesn't need to be in there. All right, that's enough. That is perfect. Okay. That is perfect. I'm just going to mix it in within the glitter, which is very subtle. I did spill a little bit here, so let me use my stick to make sure I get all of this. I am not going to be disrespectful and lose or waste or throw away any of that. So actually, a lot of people don't tolerate, just make sure I got it all, knowing that something is ashes. So as I mentioned, I do tend to use glitter when I'm working with ashes, as it's not as prominent and noticeable as that it's ashes. All right. Okay. Okay. Pop all the air bubbles. Close that glitter. I still have. Okay. Oh. So, and then I still have a little bit here that will actually go on. That way the ashes are 100% completely encased. Yeah. That's great that you guys are talking about that now. Exactly. It is a tough subject, but I would want my husband to know exactly what I want. Okay. So you can see I didn't fill the reservoir all the way because I want to make sure that I completely encase the ashes. So here we go with the last little bit right on top. It's like my husband knows, should there ever be a situation where I'm on life support, I don't want to live that way. You've got 7 days. If there is absolutely no hope after those 7 days, start finding recipients for whatever you can use. Save lives. And I've always been very, very open about that. I don't want to live on a machine. I don't want a machine living for me if I don't have to. Um, if there's no hope, then don't. It's not a slider. I'm gonna have to drill 2 holes in it to stitch it um, onto the bracelet. So I'm just using the bottle here to block the light from the uncured resin here. But yeah, and he knows that. He knows exactly what I expect, because I'm not going to let him suffer either. Because me laying there like that is suffering for him, and I'm not going to put him through that. I don't want to live like that. Um, and if there's a chance that they can save lives or improve the quality of life for somebody else that has hope, if I don't, please do so. Okay. So, because this is a UV light and this is UV resin, I always do an extra cure process on the backside, especially when I'm working with solid pieces or bits inside. Exactly, Tamara June. I told my husband, throw a daggone party. Don't sit there and boohoo and I mean, I know that's going to happen, but don't relish in it. That's not what I would want. Exactly, Nicole. And that's practically what I told my husband. If there's no hope, there's no hope. Help those that have hope. If it's that 7 days, that's my limit. 7 days. If there's no hope after 7 days, no, don't make yourself miserable if there are other people out there that have a chance of living a better life. Hmm. I don't want to be buried. I want to be cremated. Okay. Let me get my clean tray here because when you're dealing with UV resin, different brands react different ways, but this specific brand, while it's still hot from the curing process, it's still tacky on the outside, so I don't like touching them. Yes. That's why I said at 7 days they can start making the arrangements to be able to use whatever they can use to help give somebody else a better life at 7 days. Don't unhook me, but at 7 days, you know. This one looks almost like quartz. Wow. And you barely even see that tint of pink in there because it's kind of sandwiched in between. This one looks more like quartz, like white quartz with just a milky strain through it, but it's just a hint of pink. Okay. Give that a second longer. Yeah, I don't want to take up space. Cremate me. Take me out in the hills. Because I live in the mountains, literally in the mountains. Um, my house is almost at the top of a mountain above town. So take me out in the mountains. I love the mountains. Yes, yes. All right, let's see if it's cooled. Still kind of hot. Give it another minute or so. Yeah, you start messing with them when they're too hot, then you get fingerprints on them. Gotta let the outside of them cool off a little bit. Let me get my light out. Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Still won't touch the top. There we go. And it almost looks like a vein through the quartz. No, this one's too clear for being able to set on top. But yeah, it looks like quartz, like white quartz with a vein in it. Wow, this one came out really cool. But it actually does that vein has just the slightest tinge of pink so that it matches the pink that's in the collar or in the harness in the ribbon. I wish you guys could see the sparkle on this. Let's see. And the ashes are in there, but they're mixed in with the um, with the glitter, so it's not as prominent. So even this one, oh come on, focus. It's not wanting to focus. Let me try. Yeah, you can't really tell it's ashes, and some people can get a little about ashes. Let's find the camera. So this was the first one. And this one actually has, if you look on the top side and the bottom side of the ribbon, it actually has glow in the dark hearts painted in it. But they're not real noticeable. You'll just know and see them when, here's the other one. And this one's definitely more like rose quartz because I added a little tiny drop of white. So it gives it a little bit of a milky look with the rose color. So there you can see the hearts on on the ribbon from the harness. Yeah, I'm trying to, it's hard. There we go. There we go. So you can kind of see the veins of the pinker versus the more smoky. And then now this one does pick up the sparkle on the back of this from the other camera. Hang on. Look at that. And the ashes are mixed in with it. You can see them a little bit more on the top if my camera would focus, but it's not very prominent. And then here's the harness. So all I'm using, I'm not even cutting the harness actually in it by itself. I'm just using this bit of ribbon to make these. And then I have one that I made for my dog from many years ago. This is, we had a leather collar for him, and the leather was dry rotting. So eventually I had to preserve it. And so I took it and cut it up and put a piece of it in resin with just some little heart sequins. And these are the pins from the decorations. Now I have another one that also has another piece of the collar that has his name tag in it as well, but that has personal information, former personal information on it. So I won't be showing that one. But you can use, where did I put it? I know where I put it. So for the mom, I'm going to be using this big one here and do a little wall hanging with a little scene. The ashes will be like beach sand, and then a little moon, which is going to be the glow in the dark paint. So I'm going to do a little scene with this, and then a piece of the ribbon will be like a little beach towel on the beach. So I'll be using that big one for that, for a wall hanging. So, all right. Yeah, that came out really nice. And like I said, because these are ashes that we're dealing with, I like to fully enclose and encase the ashes within the piece. So that's why I didn't fill it all the way up and then add them in and have the ashes. I left a little bit of room so I could put another layer on the back to fully enclose the ashes. So, but same with this. You can see there's a bit of a ridge there from the different layers, so I could make sure that it's fully encased. And same with that one. You can see the ridge right there. That way the ashes are completely enclosed inside. So that the bar one is actually going to be, I'm going to drill a couple of holes in that one and center it on here and then stitch it right onto this bracelet. I'm not. I don't have her name. Just that this was my friend's mom. It was her dog. So this is going to be what the bracelet looks like. And then I'm going to also make a necklace pendant for the mom. So I have that here. So this is what the bracelet's going to look like. Yeah, that's what I mean, so I actually wear this necklace actually is just a cage with a mini urn inside. And that has my grandparents, which is also what my tattoo is here, is my grandparents. So I have that, and um, should anything happen to where I can't have this, um, this is my next option. And it's as easy as, let me get my other box here, and let me pour this because I'm done with resin tonight. I'll do the rest tomorrow. I might do the prep work and maybe work on it tomorrow night. We'll see how I'm feeling. See what I'm feel up to. All right, I don't want to lose as much as I can, so I'm just gonna there we go. And scoot you up over there. There we go. All right. Here's some earrings, earring findings. So that's super easy to do those. And then here it is. There's a little drill. Let me swap so you can see, because little. Yes, Sarmento, we are up late. I got home from work this afternoon and ended up taking a migraine nap, so I'll probably be up for a while. So these are the little drill bits that I'll be using to put the holes on either end of this one. Don't touch the top. And then I can stitch it onto that braided bracelet. You can also use these to I have them, I think they're little like mini jewelry eyelets. Are they in here? I think they're in here. This is more earrings and bracelet findings and stuff. So they're little mini eyelets. That you can turn any of these into. Oh, I'm sure. Sunrise. I'm sure. So you use that little drill with the itty bitty tiny one, and then you get these little mini jewelry eyelets, or not eyelets, eye hooks, and that actually makes the any of these absolutely could be pendants. All you need to do is drill a mini hole right there, take one of those little mini eye hooks, and screw it in. Once you start the hole, you screw that in, and then you can put it on any necklace or anything. So you can absolutely do that. I don't happen to have one right now, or I'd show you. Yeah, they're just mini, tiny little eye hooks like you would use in the wall. But, or yeah, even I bought these and they came a whole bunch of them with different patterns and stuff. But you can get them to where they're all like braided like this. I mean, you can you can do all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. Or you can do something like I did for Pogo. I made earrings for him. So there's all kinds of stuff that you can do. All kinds of stuff. Not gonna lie, they have rings. They have rings. Let's see which one's which. All right. This one, oops, sorry, didn't mean to hit the mic. This one makes just standard rings. So it's faceted almost. And it makes smooth rings. Okay, that's that one. So you can kind of see the facets inside here. Can't see it that way, but yeah, you can almost see them in the mold on the inside there. And then this one is just smooth. So rings. This one is pretty cool because let me show you the different bits. I don't want to put that one down just yet. I'm going to put that one down just yet. Hold that thought. Hold that thought. Okay. Move this out of the way. All right. This one is a two-piece mold. You have the ring mold, and then you have this little guy that goes with it. So here's the rings on that one. They're kind of smooth and flat, not fat, flat. And then they have, all of them have a hole or a notch in the top right here. And that is for the second part of the mold, which are these little gems. That you can make. That's this little guy, this little strip right here. Okay. Well, these gems also have a nub on the back. See that nub? That nub fits into the notch on the top of the ring there. Okay. So you can do it like that. You can do it like that. And you wind up with a ring with a jewel on it. So all I've done on this one was silver glitter in the band, a single drop of blue coloring, and blue glitter for the gem. So you can absolutely make all kinds of jewelry. Here's heart jewel. There's a heart jewel. Kind of blends in with my nails. Sorry. That's a square one. And then oval. They've got teardrop, triangle, round. And you can kind of see the different idea of the shapes. Hearts. Baguette. All kinds of different sizes and shapes. So you could easily make a ring if you knew their size, or it's for yourself. You could easily make a ring and then get something like this to make the stone with the ashes. Or you could use a basic one and still get rings, like I said. So this one is smooth. And all I did was just place, I mixed a little bit of blue mini or fine glitter, and then I have some hearts, blue hearts glitter that I placed. So there's the smooth, and let me grab the other one. Oh, that one's a smooth too. That one's a smooth too. This one is the faceted. You can kind of see that texture on the outside there. So I have, Nicole, I have. Speaking of, that blue stone is actually the one for this one. And it has the blue heart glitter in the top. But I left the band itself completely clear. I was just playing with them. It was just... So this was the stone. For that one. Stupid phone will not focus. So let's see if I can get this to focus. That's what I was hoping, and it fell. It's underneath me. But just to kind of give you more of an idea, that one's not going to stay in. So that kind of gives you an idea. This one, it goes right to my knuckle. They don't have... Oh, wait a minute. Yes, it does. Not this one. Okay, no, it wasn't the smallest. It was the next to smallest. The smallest is 0.017 millimeters. That's the only size it gives. That's 0.65 or 6.7 inches. Yeah. 0.67 inches. Okay, now this, okay, it's a line through, so it's 17 millimeters. I don't know why they put a 0 in front of it. 17 centimeters. 17 point, or millimeters, not centimeters. millimeters. All right, Pamela, you have a wonderful night, honey. I'll talk to you later. So yeah, and you can see in the mold where it's got the little tab, so that the tab, you pour these right up to the top of the mold, and it creates the tab that goes into that little hole that tab leaves. And then you just put them together, and a little drop of the UV resin, and pop it under the light, and you're good to go. All right, that's got to go. That wasn't used. I've got to cure all the little bits and drops on my mat. Yeah, make sure you're pay attention, because they do make them smaller. That's just the one that I got because it was the most average sizes. All right. And if you can't find one, Pamela, or Nicole, not Pamela, Nicole, if you can't find one, there are people on like Etsy and stuff that make custom silicone molds for resin jewelry makers and stuff. So that's always an option too if you can't find one. Yeah, I know I wear a size 6 for my wedding band, or 6.5. Hey, Lady Jane. So, but if you can't find a mold that you like that will fit you, then you can have you can reach out to some of the mold makers on like Etsy and stuff like that, and see if they can make you one. Okay. Yeah, you may have to get a custom ordered if that's where your heart really is set for rings and jewelry and stuff. Or just really pay close attention to the description of the products you may be looking at to order, and make sure that they do have that size on there, because I'd hate for you to end up with a bunch of molds you can't use. Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. I don't know if he does jewelry pieces though, Sunrise, but he'd be a good one to reach out to for advice on if you have to get a custom made mold made. He might be able to help you out with that. So um I don't know if you're still here or not. Hold that thought. Yeah, he's doing the poop knife for cricket. Yep. That didn't spell right. Swipe is great when it works right. Okay. So I don't know if you're still in here. Um, I'm not going to say who, uh, but just to let everybody know, I live in the absolute middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. Um, I am halfway between Vegas and Salt Lake on the Vegas or on the Nevada side. It's about 250 miles to both, either direction, one north, one south. Um, I am in BFE. All right, Sunrise. Um, I'm out in the absolute middle of nowhere. Like so far out, the closest Walmart is almost 200 miles away. But I am on the eastern side of the state. Oh, okay. All good. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. And some. But I'm also up in the mountains. Um, Town is at 6,500 feet elevation. I live on the mountain above town. Um, so I'm sitting probably 6,700 or 60, like, yeah, right in there, like almost 6,700 because I live up above. Yes, BFE. Yeah, we have one post office here in town. We have one post office. We have one grocery store. We have two Family Dollars, but they can never keep internet long enough that we can, or they haven't. I shouldn't say never. Um, the higher ups of Family Dollar don't understand that there's limited options here for things, and they keep trying to bring in companies from big cities that it just doesn't work well for internet here. Um, so our Family Dollars have not been making money like usual lately, and because they have no internet access, so they can't um, run credit cards, debit cards, all of that stuff. Yeah. BFE. I mean, the loneliest road in America literally runs right through the middle of the town. That's what it's called. The loneliest road in America. Oh, Nicole, I get it. That's one of the reasons we live here. My kids can be kids. Um, my kids walk all over town. It's 3 miles from one end of town to the other. It's out in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. BFE. But we're high up enough in the mountains that we get snow. We do have seasons. It's not like lower Nevada, the southern half of Nevada where it's dry desert. It's not like that here. We are dry. We do have much less waterfall than most people, but we do get snow. We have everything here in town for the most part that we need um, for daily survival. You want special things, you got to order out or go out of town and go shopping. Oh, absolutely, Nicole. Absolutely. My kids know. Um, Mom's got eyes in the back of her head. F around and find out. Because everybody in town knows who my kids belong to. We homeschool, so my kids have a little bit more freedom than the average kids. So they know there's people out there all day long. Oh, there's Jen's kids. Are they doing anything they're not supposed to? Nope. Okay, they're doing good. All right. And if there's a problem, people call me. Yes, Heather. Yes, very much so. It's 250 miles, either to Vegas or to Salt Lake. Salt Lake is north, Vegas is south. Um, yeah, that's the only hard part. That's the hard part. Now, like the internet at my shop is great. It's the Verizon internet for businesses. It works great, but I can't get it at my address for my home. And it's literally a 2.5 minute drive from my house to my shop. So it's there are pros and cons to living this far out, but my kids can be kids, and I feel safer. So yeah, for sure, this is true. Um, we People have to organize with us a month or so at least in advance because I can shift my schedule around a lot easier. But hubby works a rotating schedule at one of the mines, and he works 4 on, 4 off, 5 on, 5 off, 2 weeks of days, 2 weeks of nights. Like he's on nights right now, and he'll pull 12 to 14 hour shifts. So, um, trying to plan things around there, that is a little bit difficult. Plus, I can't just pop out of town whenever I want. I have a hard time driving long distances. I tend to fall asleep behind the wheel. So for safety, I tend not to drive those long distances. Um, you want to see me freak out? Do that one too many times on the road when you're running 75 miles an hour. Um, an average almost 4 hour trip when he drives is can easily be a 5 or a 6 hour trip for me because I have to stop so often to get out, move around, get my blood flowing, and it takes way longer when I have to drive. So traveling for me is not easy if I have to be the one driving. All right, so let me look at my phone. I'm bouncing between 3 and 4 on 4G. We don't even have 5G here yet for Verizon. Yeah. Yeah. I drive. I just struggle with driving distances. Um, I don't drive in the city, in the big city. I don't drive in the big city. My issue is not everybody else. My issue is me. Um, there is so much going on in the big city, like in Vegas. I won't drive in Vegas. There's just so much going on that I get overwhelmed, and I'm terrified that I'm going to miss something and cause an accident or hurt somebody significantly. And that causes me to have, you know, high anxiety, high stress, and that's just, you don't want me driving like that. So when we do go to Vegas, because we have family in Vegas, so we go to Vegas often. Um, so when we do go to Vegas, I don't drive in Vegas. I can drive down to the corner store and back, but that's about as far as I go. I don't go much further than that. Yeah, see, and I'm the opposite, Nicole. I'm the opposite. I am terrified, absolutely terrified that I'm going to miss something and I'm going to hurt somebody because I missed something, because there's so much going on that I get overwhelmed. Population of my town, if I'm not mistaken, the last one was a little over 4,000, maybe 4,500. I can go ahead and remove this one. Um, if I'm not mistaken, it's roughly 40, not quite 4,500 in town. Um, County is just over 10,000 in the entire county, because this is all ranching and mining communities. This is not. We don't have a lot. We have a lot of land. We have a lot of open land, but we don't have a lot of population. So, yeah, it's small, very small. Sorry, I'm just cleaning out the little pot. So, yeah, it's a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. So, yes, very small town living. Um, if you go back in my videos um, to tour of the railroad museum, part two. Part one is where I was running a few errands before I went down there, and my phone overheated and shut down. So part two, at the end of that, we actually took a little tour on some of the back roads around town and stuff. This is a very classic, very historic town that has been built by the mining industry. Yes, teeny tiny town. It's literally 3 miles from one end of town to the other, if that. Teeny tiny town in the middle of nowhere. Here's the funny thing. Even as small as this town is, we're the county seat and we're the largest city in the county. Let you guys laugh about that for a minute. We are the county seat. Oh yeah, Sarmento. We're even smaller than that. About a third of that. So yeah, it's itty bitty. We are the county seat and the largest town city in the county, out in the middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. But I love it here. I do. The only thing I don't like is snow because I didn't grow up in snow. I grew up in Florida. Um, Everybody thinks I'm nuts because I'd rather drive in a hurricane than drive in snow, just because I'm not familiar with it. So yeah. I mean, if I have to drive in snow, I will. If I have to, um, but I prefer not to if I can avoid it. Because I've got my bug, my VW that I drive in the winter or in the summertime, or when it's not actively snowing. And then I have my old beater. It's a 95 Pathfinder um, that I drive when I need to with the 4-wheel drive and the weight. Because I live on the side of a mountain, it's uphill. So if you don't have enough weight, you're not getting up the hill to get home. Oh, I hear you, Nicole. I hear you. Trust me, I hear you. Um, but yeah, if you don't have the weight, you're not getting up the hill. So in the wintertime when it's icy or actively snowing, I drive the Pathfinder because it has 4-wheel drive and it's heavier. And it's a beater, so if I slide on ice, I'm not worried about it because it's a 95, and she runs like a champ. Let me tell you, we just got one little problem with her that we got to figure out. Make time to figure out. That's the problem. We get started, and it's like crap. This comes up, that comes up, and we just don't have time to fully concentrate and get it fixed. Yeah, they are. And ours is one of the old ones, so it's like solid steel. We dropped a refrigerator on the front end of it one time. My neighbor and I did. It slid off the dolly when we hit the soft dirt where right in front of the Pathfinder where it was parked. Because we were bringing a refrigerator from his house to my house. Um, he got a new one, and I took his old one because mine was on its last leg. And oh, absolutely, Sarmento, absolutely. Um, so we were bringing the refrigerator over in front of the Pathfinder. We hit on a dolly, and we hit a soft patch of dirt, and the dolly tipped, and the refrigerator went corner first right into the Pathfinder. It put a little dent on the hood. That was it. That was it. A little dent on the hood. So, but yeah, that's Sarmento. That is absolute 100% truth. Um, we are country folk out here. We're mountain folk out here. Um, Hunting, farming, ranching, raising animals. Um, butchering your own animals. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We used to have chickens, and right about the same time I was getting ready for my surgery last year, they quit laying. Now I live inside city limits. Um, we took really good care of them. We loved on them. We snuggled with them. We played with them. They were pets of a sort, but we never named them because we knew eventually we would have to butcher them because we can't keep a bunch of chickens inside city limits if they're not laying. Um, so we can't have and then buy more and just keep adding to the flock for laying producing chickens and still have these old chickens that aren't producing anymore. We can't do that inside city limits. Um, so we did have to butcher the chickens. And so I mean that is part of life. This is country living out here. Um, in the time that they were with us, they knew love, They knew care. They knew being played with and snuggled on, and they had a good life. Not everybody's going to understand that. Not everybody's going to like that. And I do understand, and I apologize, but that's that is our way of life here. That is what we do here. Um, a lot of people own chickens, even inside city limits, and a lot of them butcher their own chickens when they stop laying. At least my chickens knew love and care. Yeah, any other car would have absolutely been totaled. Absolutely. For sure. Um, my kids are very active in 4-H the last 2 years, last year because of my surgery and this year because we've just had a lot going on. Um, we didn't uh, we didn't do livestock this year or last year. But my kids are they do. Yeah, Nicole, that's unfortunately that is the nature of it, especially when you live inside city limits. So you're limited on how much of a flock you can have. If I lived outside city limits, it probably would have been a little bit different story because I would have the ability to have a larger flock. So even if they're not all producing, I would have been able to keep them. But living inside city limits, I cannot have. We're not allowed to have as large of a flock um, because of the noises. It's a noise ordinance thing, and that comes straight from City Hall. So there's not much of a choice. Um, and because so many people out here have chickens, it's hard to rehome chickens when they're not producing. It is life because they'll say, "Oh well, I can go spend $3 on a chick at Cow Ranch, and in 6 months I'll have eggs. Why would I want to take your old hen that's not producing?" Um, so finding good homes to rehome them to when they're no longer producing. Hey, Janelle, because I had a migraine nap today, that's why I'm still up. That is why I'm still awake because I had a migraine nap today. Um, but yeah, that's why it's definitely a different lifestyle here. My kids do 4-H, and they usually do livestock, so they know that they're raising these animals to be sold at fair, and then when they're sold, they go to butcher. They don't usually go to live a life on a farm. They go to butcher, and my kids know that, and they look at it the same way. At least they knew kindness and they knew love before they went, and it's also healthier meat. And they take really good care of these animals. My youngest does lambs, and my oldest does pigs. We just bought them we just bought a 2-horse trailer, livestock trailer. So we'll be more prepared for next year. We have not personally had turkeys, but my best friend has turkeys. She's like my sister. When I say my sister, that's usually who I'm referring to. Um, she has turkeys. So my kids have been raised, yeah, around turkeys, with turkeys, butchering turkeys. Yeah, my kids do it all. Thank you, Nicole. A lot of people give me a hard time for doing that, but yes, it is. These animals will eventually end up as food somewhere. Period. At least They knew love, they knew kindness. We took really good care of them. We played with them. We let them out and let them free roam the yard. But we have to be careful because with us being above town, we get a lot more of the predatory birds up here, like hawks and vultures and stuff. So we couldn't leave them out, but they had a really big coop. They had, you know, old chairs that I took the cushions off of. So it was just the frames. And I painted them up different colors. And those were like lined up on one side of the chicken coop. And we even put chicken wire across the top to protect them from the predatory birds, and keep the hawks and the vultures from getting into the coop. So they were well protected. Um, you know, we took really good care of them. Um, but before my surgery last year, we went ahead and butchered them because I wasn't going to be able to physically care for them. They had stopped producing. I might have gotten one out of six chickens. I may have five chickens, six chickens. Can't remember now. I may have gotten one egg a week. So yeah, and when you have to, you know, clean coops, and it's a lot of work for somebody who can't move with the type of surgery that I had last year. So that was the best option. Yeah, Sarmento. That is very strong backgrounds here. All the ranching. It's yeah. My maternal family came over to this area during the Mormon migration and settled in this area. So they were one of the original ranching families here. And so this lifestyle is definitely part of my ancestry, my lineage. Exactly. Treat them well because they end up nourishing your family. Yeah. Yep. We did. And oh my goodness, when I had my big garden out back, before I opened my shop, I don't have time for such a big garden anymore, but it's a huge garden. I'd say almost a quarter of my backyard was garden. Oh, they loved getting in there. Little snots. Ooh, they would get in there and they would get my veggies that I hadn't picked yet. Oh, don't have chickens if you have strawberry plants. They loved the strawberries. I don't know what it was, but every time I turned around, they were getting my strawberry plants. They ended up killing the plants, but they every time the second a strawberry was ripe, man, they were on top of it. Never had strawberries again after we got chickens. By the second or third year, they'd killed my strawberry plants. Yeah, yeah, oh snots. So, but yeah, it is definitely country living out here for sure. And one day I will somehow get better internet. Eventually, they keep saying that they're bringing in different types of internet and stuff. So we'll see. Uh, at this point, I'm seriously looking into Starlink. That's what I was thinking, Heather. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Steer manure. Steer manure. That will help quite a bit. because that's what we did. And holy cannoli. Yeah, steer manure worked really well. Now yeah, we've got animals everywhere. My sister lives outside of city limits, so she had steers. She's got horses. She's got chickens, turkeys, ducks, the whole 9 yards. So we got all the steer manure we wanted, and my garden loved it. But you can also think about possibly, instead of planting in the ground because your ground might be so bad, raised beds so you can actually determine exactly what kind of soil you want in your beds. It's another option to think about. So I know when we were growing grass, um, we dropped the seed, we overseeded. Yes, Sarmento, absolutely, absolutely. Um, when when we overseeded the front yard, we dropped the seed, and then we just sprinkled cow manure over the top, steer manure, and watered it in. Wow, that really helped. We brought some to the back, raked it through my garden, tilled the soil with it, because we got desert mountain dirt here. Yeah, it can be. You can use some fillers like twigs and sticks and stuff that will eventually break down. Um, but yeah, it can be, depending on how big and how tall you're making them. It can be quite pricey. But if you do want to try to amend the soil, look into cow manure, steer manure. That did wonders for us here. And like I said, we're dry desert mountain dirt here. So, but it did really help quite a bit. It's something that I had to do. If I continue the big garden, it's something I'd have to do regularly, but it still made a massive difference. So, but yeah, it's definitely country living out here for sure. That it is. That it is. Sadly, with commercialism, we've gotten away from the natural fertilizers, but steer manure does wonders. So does chicken poo. That's a good one too. Oh, I've been live for 3.5 hours. My goodness. It does not feel like it's been that long. Oh, and then you're golden, Nicole. You're golden. Yes, steer manure did great in this desert mountain soil. It did great. And it's one of the old school fertilizers. Sadly, like I said, with commercialism, we've gotten away from a lot of the natural stuff, and then you've got all the scientists. Some of them really are scientists. Um, some of them are not. Um, Telling us that this chemical and that chemical and that's, if you've got access to steer manure, you're golden. You are perfect because it did wonders for me. And I just tilled it right into the soil. I used to grow all kinds of stuff: squash, yellow squash, zucchini, chives. Oh, I love chives. Um, onions, garlic, okra. I figured out how to grow okra out here, even though we have such a short season, growing season here. Um, and okra is actually more of a southern crop because it's a warm weather crop. I figured out how to grow it here. And you have that's one that you have to grow in a container so that container stays warmer in the sun. Got some really good harvests from okra. Yep, I've grown tomatoes, several different varieties of tomatoes over the years. Um, sugar snap peas, green beans, broccoli, cauliflower. Only a few plants of cauliflower though, because that's my thing. It's not the rest of the family. Cauliflower is my thing. Um, what else have I grown? Those are the main ones, right off the top of my head. Yeah, herbs. Yes. Now herbs I usually do in containers, to save more room in the garden for the bigger plants. Bell peppers, jalapenos. Ooh, excuse me. That snuck up on me. I have heard that in old school. I've not tried that. So I don't know. I don't know. I've heard it, but I've never tried it. I just used steer manure because it was all mixed together. Yeah, I understand that. Sadly, last year I was the one that was always in need, but I'm a lot better now. So it worked out. The surgery was what I needed. I still have some issues, some chronic pain that's never going to go away. Probably never get any better. Um, but yeah, very old school. Um, but I can function now, which is way more than I could say last year. So that's helpful. A lot better. Feel like my old self again, or at least as close as I have felt in a very long time. That's for sure. I'm just sitting here cleaning up the remnants. And then tomorrow, I'll probably work on the, not all of that got cured. I'll work on the large wall hanging of the little paw, or not paw, bone, because it's literally like this big. So I'll work on that, and then I'll work on the little pyramid. So I'll work on that tomorrow. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm a lot better. I mean, like I said, I'm still gonna have chronic pain. That's never ever gonna go away. Um, I don't do um, painkillers or muscle relaxers or anything like that. So that's not an option. But we for years and years and years, most of my life, I've always asked my doctors why I'm so clumsy. Why do I fall so easily? Literally trip over air. Um, and they just told me it was because I was clumsy. Be more careful, but um, the only way I could be more careful was to literally wrap myself in bubble wrap. Um, I've broken bones from falling and tripping. Yeah, I don't do painkillers. Um, it's one thing. I did do painkillers for the surgery. Um, when you have your entire insides reconstructed, like I did, kind of don't have a point. You kind of don't have a choice. You gotta do something for the pain. In my case, it was just taking enough to sleep through the worst of it. Um, After that, uh, after the first, I don't know, few days, I stopped taking them and was just taking um, ibuprofen and stuff, over the counter stuff. And yeah, surgery is definitely different. But we got, after all these years, we finally got some diagnosis. Me being careful is not going to happen, or being more careful is not going to happen. I physically cannot be more careful than I already am. And to go from years and years of being told to just be more careful, you're just clumsy, to finally getting a reason why, has been, hey, Dr. Mark, has been rewarding, to say the least. That I wasn't crazy. That there really was something that was causing me to be so clumsy, um, and so off balance. So a lot of good has come from this past year and a half. I had my surgery. We figured out what was wrong with me. For years, I'd been telling people that there was something wrong with me. Um, we just didn't know what. Doctors didn't want to listen. You know, the usual. Um, they didn't believe me until, yeah, yeah. In my case, I have joint hypermobility syndrome, which basically, in very layman's terms, the connective tissue in my body is not as strong as it's supposed to, so my bones move more than they're supposed to. My joints move more than they're supposed to. My joints are weaker. My knees will go out from under me and I'll drop. I can roll my ankle literally by lifting my foot and putting it back down. For people with this disorder, which should be in the average person, which should be simple and minor injuries, can become long-term or significant injuries for people like me. I have answers. It doesn't make it any easier, but I have answers, and I'm not crazy. There is actually physically something wrong with me. But hot damn, I've been saying that for years. So, yeah, it can cause those that have issues or um, are susceptible to things like insomnia, migraines, digestion issues, things like that. It can make things like that worse. Yeah, I've had two major migraines in the last 2 weeks, and that's way more than I was. I'm out of my meds. I got it. I waiting for my doctor's appointment now. It's already made and everything, but I have to wait for my doctor's appointment, and I'm out of my meds, and the migraines are coming back hardcore. Exactly. It is an answer. It answers a lot of questions that we've had for years and years and years that were played off, ignored, you know, downplayed by doctors. This last time when all of this started, I got hooked up with the doctor that I'm with now, and he's great. He is great. Um, but the very first time I went to see him, I walked into his room, told his nurse, very nice lady. I like his nurse. What was going on and what I was there for. And when he came into the room, I flat out told him, look, there is something wrong with me. That too. I fought with that for years, and was treated like crap for advocating for myself. Yeah. But I told him for years I have had doctors downplay, ignore, and tell me that it's all in my head. Something is wrong with me, and either you're going to help me figure it out and fix it, not mask it, not give me a ton of pain meds and addictive medications that I could get. No, I want to fix what's wrong with me to the best that we can. I don't want medications. The least medications that you give me, the better. And before I will even agree to take a medication, I want to know what it's for and why. Um, but I flat out told him, look, you're gonna either help me, believe me, and help me figure out what's wrong with me, or you can tell me now, and I'll go find somebody else that will. Because I'm not playing games anymore. And we started getting answers. Uh yeah, yeah. Sadly, in my case, I can do something like that just literally from falling, tripping over myself and falling, tripping over air and falling. I have. I've broken my arm, I've broken my tailbone, and I've broken my foot. Yeah. Yeah. Now, when you live in such a rural community like I live, one, it's hard for us to get good doctors here because by the time they get to a community clinic like we have here, a lot of times they're just not doing well in other settings, for any number of reasons. um So the fact that we have as many good doctors as we do now is amazing. I just needed a doctor to listen to me and take me seriously for 10 minutes. That's all I needed. Take me seriously for 10 minutes and do some tests. Well, he finally did these tests after all these years. And while we knew I was sick, we did not know how sick. And then the surgery, Nicole, I don't know if you know, the surgery I had last year, I had a level 4 women's prolapse. I was losing all my innards, literally. And it'd been like that for some years. And with losing weight to deal with some of the other issues that I had going on, I lost a little bit of cushion that I had between the organs. And I went from being uncomfortable with occasional pain to full-on excruciating pain in a matter of 2 months. And the prolapse was so significant, there was no other option but surgical repair. So I had a hysterectomy. Yeah. I had a hysterectomy, and then they literally did a full internal reconstruction to put everything back where it's supposed to be. Stretched everything out like it's supposed to be, secured it. So it's not just connective, because remember, this joint hypermobility is a connective tissue disorder where the connective tissue is weaker in my body. That's part of a contributing factor to that. And so doing the physical therapy, pelvic floor physical therapy, doing all of that was not going to fix what I had. Oh, Janelle, I am glad you advocated for yourself. Good job. You'll have to keep me updated, informed on how that's going. But the surgery put everything back where it's supposed. Basically, I did a full internal reconstruction. No, the way they secured everything, the bladder, the rectum, the vaginal canal, all of that, everything was falling. They did not have to use mesh. They're actually getting away from using mesh because they're finding that long term the mesh can potentially do more damage than good long term. But in my case, they secured it with dissolvable stitches so that my body would create those connections as scar tissue, which is much stronger for me than um, than connective tissue. So everything is held in place by scar tissue. Yeah, no, they're actually getting away from a lot of the mesh because I asked that same question myself. Being in the animal industry as long as I have been, I knew what was happening to me very early on when it started. So I started doing the pelvic floor physical therapy stuff at home. But when you have contributing factors, there's nothing you can do. And that's what happened. But having the surgery actually also helped with some of the chronic pain levels. While I'm always in pain, having the surgery helped because what was happening was everything was pulling on the inside. So this is my spine. This is the outer of my spine and skin. This is the inner part of my lower spine and hips. So what was happening was everything was pulling on the inside with the prolapse issues and everything falling, that it was pulling on the inside of my spine too. So once I had surgery, that helped to alleviate some of that excess pain in that region. Yeah. I'm very open about that because that is one thing in I'll be 42 here very soon, and that was the one thing that a lot of women just don't talk about. And it happens. It is so So common. Um, hey, Sunrise. Um, but yeah, that is something that is so common. But because no, I actually went to a place in Vegas. I went to I had a gynecologist and a uro gynecologist out of Vegas because I have resources in Vegas. I do not have resources in Salt Lake. Um, the doctor I went to, I did a ton of research. So I actually started here with one of my local doctors. Let's just say that I was not the only one that had issues with him. And within 6 months of having my surgery, he was fired. Despicable human being to have to be a gynecologist. Despicable. Um, I won't go into detail what happened, but multiple complaints, mine included. I didn't get it turned in, but they knew about it and I talked to them about it. I just didn't have it in writing because I couldn't write it. I was still so angry about what he had said and done to me that I couldn't physically write. Exactly. We need to talk about these things. We need to stop being manipulated that it's embarrassing because that's what's happened. As women, we have been manipulated to believe that talking about these things is embarrassing. It's not. And we need to be more open about that. We don't have to necessarily be as open as I am about it. I get it. But we, as women, need to come together to fight for ourselves. So, but I had gone to the doctor here in town. He treated me so poorly when he did finally did the exam for the prolapse. He half-assed it. He didn't do the full exam like it's supposed to have been done, which I already knew how it was supposed to be done. I had done lots of research. So I already knew what to expect because that was my thing. I was scared. I was nervous. I was, apprehensive about what to expect. So I got on to legitimate informational, medical journals that not just, hey, Google, I mean, literal, real stuff. And he only did about half of the proper exam. Yes. Now mine, most of mine are chronic tension migraines. And that's almost always what sets it off. Um, and that is because I just stay so tight. My muscles, because of the weakness of my joints and my connective tissue, um, my muscles are overcompensating to stabilize my joints and my bones more. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Um, but 17 days from the day he did the exam here, I was in Vegas for a second opinion. That doctor did the exam properly, which was and did it step by step what I was expecting to happen during that exam. He was only about halfway through when he stopped. He looked at me, looked over me to look me dead in the face, eyes bulging, teeth clenching, shaking his head, absolutely furious. He said, if I had my choice, you'd be having surgery tomorrow. But the doctor here, who that is no longer on staff here, thank God, told me it wasn't that bad and to go on YouTube to do floor physical therapy, or pelvic floor physical therapy. And that would fix everything. After I told him it actually was already coming out by about 2.5 inches. That was basically the canal being forced out with all the pressure of everything falling. The canal was being forced out and literally turning inside out. Yes, Janelle. I was told by a doctor to go on YouTube to look up this specific person. I'm not going to say their name, um, but to look up this specific person and do pelvic floor physical therapy and follow that person's recommendations. That person doesn't know me. You and me both, Um, the last straw for our clinic here was when he told a woman during an exam that she had a pretty one. He was fired. Yeah. Yeah. So, about 6 weeks after I had that second opinion appointment in Vegas, because I had to have the gynecologist and the urogynecologist for the reconstruction. So the gynecologist did the hysterectomy and all the basic stuff, and then the urogynecologist did all the reconstruction. Um, so it took that long because they had to sync their schedules to be able to partner together for my surgery. Joannigans, no. Um, I know this is not politically correct, but he was LDS. Sadly, he came from Cedar City, from the hospital in Cedar City, and they are known for being traditionally, yeah, yeah. They are known for being traditionally an LDS hospital, which many people I know are fantastic people, are LDS. This was him. That's all I can say. I don't know. Um, but I obviously do not look the type. Purple hair, shaved, half of my head shaved. I drop the occasional F-bomb. I do try to be respectful, but hey, it slips every once in a while, especially when you make a joke about my sex life as a 2-time survivor. And that is in my charts. That is in my medical records. It's actually as an important note on my file that I am a 2-time childhood survivor. You don't make jokes, not about a survivor's body, about their habits, you don't make jokes. And I think he knew after the second appointment, I think he knew that he had pushed his lines with me, because he made that joke. My husband was sitting next to me, because my husband went through this entire process with me to make sure that doctors were listening to me, which is disgusting that we have to take our men with us to make sure that doctors are listening to us. But he went with me. Exactly. Exactly. And especially to a survivor. Um, But my husband was with me the entire time. When he cut this joke, my husband immediately, the minute he finished speaking, my husband grabbed my arm. Now, I don't know if it was for his comfort, my comfort, or both, to keep us both in the chair, because my husband was furious for talking to me the way he did. Furious. And it took me a good minute to collect myself. And I just glanced up at him, looked him dead in the face. I said, well, I guess it's a good thing, because my husband's telling me the whole time he's holding onto my arm as tight as he can. um, and my husband's not a small guy. Okay. He's almost 6 foot, he's a big guy, and he's holding onto my arm as tight as he can. And I'm just vibrating with anger. So I collected myself, and the whole time my husband's holding onto my arm, he's saying it was a joke. He said it with a smile on his face. It was a joke. He was joking. He said it with a smile on his face. So I collected myself, calmed myself down, and I just went, well, it's a good thing he was joking then, because he about got punched in the face. He stood up, and he immediately walked out of the room. Oh, thank you, Dr. Mark. I'm doing well now. I mean, I still have issues, and I still have things that I have to deal with every day, but I am much better now since I've had the surgery. And since I found a doctor that will listen to me. I don't like going to the doctor any more than I have to. So just having one that will listen to me is important. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's disgusting that we have to be treated like that as women. And then women's health care is even worse. So I hear you, Nicole. Like I said, I don't know if my husband grabbing my arm was for my benefit, his benefit, or both. But he sure enough did. All right, Keith. We'll talk to you later. I will keep my eyes open. I do have to work tomorrow, so tonight, later in the morning. I've got 3 dogs to do tomorrow. But other than that, I'll be home most of the day. At least I should be. So yeah, go get some rest so you can drive safely, and I will catch up with you tomorrow. We'll talk to you later. But the joke that he had made was, so I have had horrible cycles most of my life. And I didn't do well with heavy hormonal influence as far as like birth control and all that. And the first thing he wanted to do was to stop my cycle, because it was so irregular. You too, darling. We'll talk to you later, Keith. So the first thing he wanted to do was to stop my cycle, to see if that would help me, at least temporarily. And he put me on hormone replacement. Well, many hormone replacement, I'm not saying all. I know there are some out there that are not, but many of them are animal produced. And if you don't know, I'm going to tell you. Many hormone replacement therapies, drugs, are made from the urine of pregnant mares. I have an issue for long term. For anybody who needs that type of therapy, this is not on you at all. This is a personal thing. I have worked in the animal industry for over 20 years. Before that, We lived out in the country in Florida, and people would drop animals out there, and I would take it. This is my thing. I stopped going to circuses when I was a teenager because of the animals. So this is my own personal thing. And if you need those drugs and those medications, please do not go off of those medications or stay away from those medications without talking to your doctor. Please know that I am not disrespecting or trying to down anybody that may need those drugs, those medications, because sometimes alternatives are not going to work as well. And that is facts. But personally, I wanted to look into other options that maybe were not animal derived. I've also been told repeatedly that I cannot get pregnant again because I probably would not survive a third pregnancy. And most likely the baby would not either. Yes, Janelle. That's one of them. That's the most common. So I was talking to him about other options of other sources to make sure the source that I'm getting is not animal derived. What are the what are the pregnancy prevention effectiveness of these other options that I know are out there? Things like that. I mean, I'm thinking with my own personal, ethics revolving around animals. And he cuts the joke. Oh, well, to avoid pregnancy. Ooh, muscle spasm. Shoots down the nerve down the side of my neck and then down my arm. Oh. Okay, sorry. So my own this is my own personal. I don't, please, this is against no one, I promise. But I was asking him what other options we had, what the pregnancy prevention effectiveness was, whatnot. And he looked at me and made the comment, oh, well, you can just be abstinent until menopause. You don't have to worry about catching a baby then. And I'm like, that was the joke. That was his joke. When I'm already in excruciating pain, I'm going through all of this stuff. Something is female wise wrong with me. I'm bleeding constantly. Something is wrong with me. And I also, on top of all of this stuff going on, yes, and that's what I was asking for. I was trying to figure out what other options we had, as well as still being good as far as pregnancy prevention. That's what I was trying to talk to him about. He was having no part of it. But all of this just culminated in just having a horrible experience with this man. Horrible experience. Now, I know I don't look like his preferred patient. He came from an LDS hospital. He was rated 4.7 stars from his other hospital that he came from. He comes here and he's treating people that look like me. Many of you have popped in enough or been with me enough to know that he's gone. He's been fired. He's been fired. Many of you have been with me long enough to know that my appearance does not match my personality. I know I look rough. I'm tatted, I'm pierced, I've got funky hair, um, I wear, cut off. I know I don't look. Thank you, Heather. I know, trust me. Yeah, I know I don't look. My looks and my appearance do not match my personality or my intelligence level. Apparently, he couldn't figure that out and put two and two together. So, yeah. Um, Needless to say, I talked to several people at the clinic and at the hospital. Um, Spoke to my personal doctor, and he was absolutely horrified and furious that I was treated that way. He made a formal complaint for me on my behalf. I was going to make one, but I could not. I was still so angry months later when I found out he'd been fired. Um, I was still so angry. I have I have my statement that I was writing, and I would go back to it every, couple of weeks to reword it because I already look rough. I already look like the average person that they don't want to deal with. The last thing I needed was for my statement to be so angry that every other word is a cuss word. What I needed was to be able to write that statement as somebody set aside instead of being in the mixed of it. And I couldn't do that. Absolutely. Yes. 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 Um, you are not wrong, Nicole. Not at all. Um, I could not, because of the way I look. I knew if they saw me before they read my statement, they would not take me seriously. So I needed my statement to, this was just last year, Janelle. It's only been a year and a half. I had my surgery in April of last year. So, but I needed my statement to reflect me as a person, not the way I look. And I couldn't do that. I was still that angry months later when I found out he'd been fired. Um, I wasn't too stressed about it because I know that my doctor put in a complaint. And so I know that that was put on record, but I still wanted to try to put my complaint in personally. Um, I just could not write it in a way that was intelligent. Not gonna lie. I wanted to. I had all plans to do so. Um, but when you look like me and you write a letter that is not intelligent or at least somewhat well written, and it's full of anger, no one is going to take you seriously. And I couldn't do that because I was not the only woman he treated like that. I had women coming to me at work that weren't even bringing me a dog to tell me the experience that they had. Unacceptable. And it just made me angrier and angrier and angrier about the whole situation. So that is not, see, and that's why as women we need to Yes, Janelle. Yes. Um, as women, we should not need. I need to correct that in my own head. We should feel comfortable enough to be able to talk about these things, because doctors like that should not be in that line of care. Period. For no reason. And that's why I'm very open about, the things that I've gone through with everything. Because if I don't tell you guys, how are you guys going to know what is acceptable behavior and what is not? Especially if you're coming out of high control groups or cults. You're not going to know. You're not. How are young women that are getting out on their own, learning how to do life? How are they going to know what is acceptable and what is not if they don't have a mother figure to be able to explain it, or that is willing to explain it? How are they going to know what is acceptable and what is not if we don't share our own experiences? Do you know, in my little town right here, how many women didn't know what a prolapse was? I had to educate so many women and explain what a prolapse was before they understood what was happening and what can happen, and the possibilities that after, more so after childbirth, that is a risk that all women have because of the way we are made. Do you have any idea how many women that I talked to did not know what a prolapse was? I was absolutely floored. Absolutely, Nicole. Absolutely. Joannigans, um, as simply as I can put it, it's basically where your, Carrie Ann, thank you. Go back to bed. We'll talk later. We'll talk later. Um, a prolapse is, have you ever seen a bitch that, is overbred, and the uterus will sometimes come out with birth, or part of it will sometimes come out, or some part of the birth canal will come out. Um, that's basically what was happening to me. So you have the bladder sitting kind of like this. You have the rectum sitting kind of like this. You have the vaginal canal between, and the uterus and everything on top. Okay, okay. So in my case, the bladder and the rectum had both fallen and were compressing the vaginal canal. Yes, yes. And then the uterus was coming down and forcing everything with all that pressure, basically to turn inside out and come out because of all the pressure. Yeah. And that is something that can happen to any woman. It can happen to men rectally as well. So it's not, why is it, why aren't we talking about this? Why aren't doctors educating better? Exactly. Exactly. um you know it's, why do some doctors still feel the need to degrade women to that point where they're terrified to say anything, or they're it just yes, don't. Trigger warning: do not Google images. Just saying. Just saying. um yeah, it's not fun. But why are we as women made to feel that we can't talk about it? Thank you, Joanna Goons. I appreciate that. It just encouraged me to open my big mouth a little bit more about more serious situations, as well as, you know, cults. Cults. But yeah, it's I kind of come to this with the same passion that I approach what I can do for the anti-Scientology movement. Um, it's not as much as I would like, that's for sure. One of the drawbacks of living in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, it's why as women do we have to, sorry, cleaning my pigment top opener thingy real quick so I can put it away before I lose it. There we go. But why do we have to do this? Yes. You were one of the big ones, so I was like, oh my God. I remember that sunrise. I remember that. Yeah, it was a rough surgery. And they did everything vaginally, so I couldn't sit for 10 days. And then have to drive the 250 miles from home, or from Vegas back home. Yeah, that was interesting. Try sitting like this for weeks on end. I wound up with bruises on my hips and everything because I couldn't sit flat. I couldn't walk. Um, yeah, it was rough. I tell you what, though, I would go through that again if that's what it took to fix everything. Because what I was dealing with beforehand, before the surgery, was excruciating. I couldn't stand up straight. I couldn't stretch, because if I did, then it felt like everything was just pulling and ripping apart inside. And no. So I was like this constantly. I walked hunched over because I couldn't stretch. If I could just curl up like this, it was perfect. Literally curl from my hips to my shoulders. It was the only thing that kept everything from pulling. I mean, it was just excruciating. And it was literally only a matter of losing 15 to 20 pounds. That's what did it. It was only about 15 to 20 pounds. And what had happened was I had lost, in that 15 to 20 pounds, I had lost the little bit of cushion that I had, because I wasn't really super big to begin with. So, excuse me, losing that little bit was enough that I had lost that little bit of cushion that I did have left. That, you know, yeah. But it's definitely things that, as women, would be a good idea for those that can tolerate it, can talk about it openly, to share their experiences. Because not everybody has access to a good doctor. Not everybody knows. Not everybody has an idea that that could even happen. So, and it happened to me. Um, not my kids. We're still kind of monitoring. They're still growing, so that is one thing that can be a little more difficult to diagnose in growing children. Um, my oldest is getting close. I think that's something that we're going to look into for her. My youngest is still pretty young and still got a lot of growing to do. So, and she's not clumsy like me or my oldest. She's not. She's absolutely fearless. That child's going to give me a heart attack. Um, yeah. Hoy. That one is absolutely fearless. She's actually doesn't show any of the things that I've always dealt with, or that my oldest is showing some signs of. So that's something my husband and I have been talking about. Um, see, hopefully not. Hopefully not. But she is a little bit on the clumsy side. So we don't know if that's just being clumsy because she's 15 and not paying attention to what she's doing or not. So, but we've talked about it, and that might be something that we follow through on her. So, still feels weird to say she's 15. Where does the time go? Nicole, trust me, I understand that 110%. Um, my oldest is just like me. She is my mini me. Um, just luckily, though, not quite as bad. So that's where we're at. We're just we've talked about it. She doesn't seem to be um, in a lot of the chronic pain issue or anything like that. So, but yeah, that one is my mini me for sure. So I'm hoping though that she takes after her father on that. But we shall see. That is definitely one thing I don't want them to have to deal with, all the crap that I've gone through, and the being treated like I'm what is exaggerating. Excuse me. Yeah. That was one thing that always triggered me though, was always being told that it can't be that bad. You wouldn't be able to do ABC if it was that bad. Yeah. So my oldest is 15 and my youngest is 11. And I'm like, dude, what the hell happened? And my oldest is bigger than I am. She's I'm 5'5" and she's like 5'7". And she just turned 15 in May. And it looks like my youngest is going to be taller than me too. So, yay. I'm going to be the shortest one in the house. Still. I know, Sunrise. I tried thinking about that the other day when you mentioned how would I feel once my kids, should they want to start having kids. Yes, Nicole. Yes, very much so. Um, there's still a lot to my story I have not talked about very much, or just mentioned in passing. There's one day, one day I will sit down and tell my story. Um, I just don't know when. I I got some news and some more information about some things that happened, and it kind of set me for a loop. And I just have to reprocess some stuff with that information. So I'm the youngest in my family. I have an older brother by blood. I have adopted family that has adopted me, chosen family, but I do have one sibling that is older than me. Yeah, I was trying to put myself in your shoes the other day, and I don't know. I can't. I can't. I can't. It's gonna be weird, especially since my oldest is just like me. She is my mini me. She's a little bit more sensitive than I am. And I think that's a trauma thing, not a her thing. Um, I couldn't be sensitive when I was younger. Um, so I think that's a me thing, not a her thing. Um, but yeah, she's my mini me. She's absolutely my mini me. Nicole, my 11-year-old, I can wear, depending on the cut of the shoe, I can wear anything from like a 7.5 to an 8.5. My youngest is in a 7. At 11. At 11. Yeah, at 11, she's wearing a 7, and I'm like I said, I can wear anything from a 7.5 to an 8.5, depending on the cut. She's already eyeballing some of my boots. Girl, you better back up. You ain't getting my boots. You ain't getting my boots. I can't with that child sometimes. She's already eyeballing my boots. Which I haven't worn boots because in forever, because not this past November, but the November before is when all of this kicked off. Um, and it all started because I was in so much pain. When I got off work on a Thursday, we came home and my kids put me to bed and literally would not allow me out of bed the entire weekend. Now, due to some other traumas from my past and my history, I broke that weekend. And I literally spent the entire weekend in bed bawling my eyes out. Because the last thing I want is for my children to ever feel like they have to care for me at such a young age, because I've experienced that. While that person thrived on that, I do not. Did not like my children having to take care of me or to help me in that way, that much. Um, and I literally spent that entire weekend crying. The very next Monday, I called and made an appointment to see the doctor. And that's how long we've been going through this process to figure out what was wrong with me, to get the surgery, and to deal with the chronic pain issues without addictive medications, because I won't take them. I refuse. So my my kids were the reason that I finally stopped being so damn stubborn and tried a new doctor. I had just gotten to the point where I'd given up because I'd been told for so long that there was nothing wrong with me. And that weekend is the weekend I broke. Finally made it to the doctor. Yeah, Nicole, I hear you. It's not easy having daughters, especially as somebody who has gone through a lot of the situations that I've gone through and experienced, because that absolutely is something that is always in the back of my mind, is to protect her or protect them. Um, but it's also something that, living in the country, um, instead of living in the city, has helped a bit with. Um, I am a firm believer in pew pew rights. Um, we have them, many different types. Um, my children know how to use every single one of them except for the big hunting rifles, and that's simply because of a weight issue. Um, and for safety. Um, my second essay, I was 10, and I will leave it at that. My childhood was stolen, and I've done everything to make sure that my children don't get that they don't have that. Um, but also, being in the country has also taught me that there are a lot of people out here that seriously think and will tell you straight to your face, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Um, there are a lot of people that will tell you, and it's actually not just here, but a lot of people will tell you that a restraining order ain't nothing but a piece of paper. I cannot tell you how many times I have heard that. Which is one of the reasons my girls know how to shoot. And they know how to safely use every single one of these pew pews that we have. except for the big ones, because we have two different hunting rifles. Because while it may not stop them from being a victim, it can lower the chances of them being victims. And that's the best I can do. What's that for, Nicole? I forgot what I said. I forgot what I said. So my children know. We also, living in the country, it's a lot of people out here hunt. A lot of people out here have those, so we took it upon ourselves to teach our children um, firearm safety very young, so that if they went to a friend's house and one got pulled out, they would know the difference between a real one and a fake one. And they would know at least the basics of how to make sure that that firearm was safe and could be handled safely and put away safely. Things like that. So exactly. And maturity for each child is different. So you never go by an age. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. One day I will tell my story. Um, I've already given my dad the heads up. And while I was doing that is when I got more information that changed some things that I thought I knew and that I'd been told my entire life. And I'm reprocessing some of that. So it that has been put off for a little while I deal with that. Um, but one day I will share my story. Just not right now. There are things that I can talk about. There are things that I can mention that, but the information, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot. But I know my story and the things that I've experienced and the lessons that I've learned could help somebody else. So one day I will share my story. But I'm good. I'm good. It's taken me a long, long time to get to this point. But I'm good. I just want to help others. And I know my story will do that. Hey, Momo. That was a big one. Are you okay? Are you okay? You want to come say hi to Miss Sunrise? Come here. Come say hi to Miss Sunrise and everybody. Come on. Oh, she has a big yawn and big stretch. Awesome, my baby. Give me ookies. You got ookies. Gotta clean those ookies. Clean your face. Yeah, it's gotta clean your face. There's my girl. Miss Sunrise says, Mama! I love you. I love you. I know you don't like these lights. That's why I had that there so you didn't have the lights shining on you. You don't mind the overhead light, but you don't like these ones. I don't know why. I don't know why. There we go. That's why I had this there, so you didn't have them shining right on you. Let's see. Is that better? Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he's probably in there with the kiddo. Yeah, I think she doesn't like these lights because they have the blue, the bright. He's probably asleep in the living room. When my youngest is not here, that's usually where he sleeps because his big bed is in the living room. Whereas this Huffalump sleeps in bed with me. Huh? You gonna say hi? As you're all climbed up over my blanket and my coloring stuff. Hmm? That tail is going 90 miles an hour. I don't know if you can actually see it back there. What? I don't know if you can see that tail. I can barely see it in the screen, but yeah, that tail is going 90 miles an hour. I love you. I love you. That's my girl. I love you. All right, you stay right there. That's my girl. Yep, probably Nicole. Probably. Um, but she also has issues as well. She was attacked viciously before we adopted her. Um, and ever since we've brought her home, she has terrible, terrible nightmares sometimes. Not often, but enough that even her whining to just whining too much in her sleep, I'll kind of wake her up a little bit so she doesn't stay stuck in that dream. Huh. That's my baby. You, you straight up did. Sploots right in the middle of my bed. Sploots. Sploots. Oh, don't give me that. I cannot. Yes. Oh, you can see it? I didn't know if you'd be able to see it or not. She's got literally got one eye closed and one eye open, staring at me. Oh, both of them. I love you. Tell you what, after losing Pogo, she was the best thing I could have done for sure. Oh yeah, she absolutely does. So she's my service dog, and she is her main service and job is mobility aid, and then psychiatric service. And part of her psychiatric job is I'm a horrible insomniac, and I am now officially out of my medication. So, oops. Yeah, I'm waiting for my doctor's appointment. Um, but not only is it hard for me to get to sleep, to stay asleep. Part of the issue with staying asleep is I move too much in my sleep, so I'm constantly waking myself up or not allowing myself to sleep deeply because I'm constantly moving. Even if it's just like tapping my foot in my sleep or, as much as literally tossing and turning. Um, Literally, not just rolling over, but like literally tossing and turning. And part of what she does is she actually, when I get to moving too much, she'll actually lay across me, like my legs, because I sleep on my stomach. So she'll lay like across my legs, or she'll lay next to me. If she's too hot, she'll lay next to me and just put her head on like my low back or on my butt to keep me still. Um, it Where my dachshund when we had him, he would actually curl up in a little ball right on my back, like right dead center in my back, and wouldn't let me move. But with her, she's much larger, so she can either just, throw her head across my legs, or lay across my legs and just, or lay next to me and throw her head up over my back to help me stay more still in my sleep. Doesn't always work, but it does help quite a bit. Which is another reason my husband and I have our own rooms. Because I literally kept him up and down, and I didn't even know it for so many years. So, yeah. So now I have a twin bed. Oh my gosh, it is so comfortable. And it's just enough room for her and I. So it's perfect. Huh. It's just our bed, isn't it? Don't cut your eyes at me, you goofy girl. It's our bed, huh? I say our bed, and she looks at me like this. I guess it's not our bed. I think it's her bed. I love you, Mo. Are you going to let me in bed sometime tonight? Because I do have to work in the morning. So I do need to try to get some sleep. Are you going to let me in bed? She's just cutting her eyes at me. Where's she at? There she is. Are you going to let Mama in bed? I love you. I love you. I love you. Mo. I love you. That ear, the bottom ear right there, that one right there, is literally directed right at me. The other one keeps twitching. That one hasn't moved. I love you. I love you. Oh, you're being a tinker butt. I've tried. It's almost 4 o'clock. I have to be at work in 5 hours. Next couple of weeks before my doctor's appointment are going to be interesting. We'll see how it works. I might be able to do melatonin for a couple weeks until I get in to see him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, she does too. And it's like her ears are radars. They listen for me. See, I'll show you. She can't really see it much because she's dark. See that ear? Wide open, right at me. It hasn't moved. I cannot with her sometimes. She cracks me up. But since it's just me and the dogs tonight, I can leave my door open. And when Daddy comes home, she gets to see her daddy. Because he'll come home here shortly. Probably right after I fall asleep. That's how it happens. Yeah, George has been quiet for quite some time, so I'm betting he's asleep in the living room in his big bed. So, on that note, we got some puppy love. You guys got to meet George. I don't know if all of you met George, but some of you did. George is my schnauzer. You want to see the little? Let me go get him. Let me go get him. Oh, stretch. I'm going to get butter. My arm caught my tripod. You're probably like, I'm not moving. I'm not moving. Yes, this is George. Half asleep, George, because I woke him up out of a cold sleep. I'm sorry, bud. I love you. You're my bud too, huh? Mwah. Yes, this is George. Him is a sleepy boy. I pulled him right out of his big bed. Is that you on the computer? Is that you, bud? Oh, bless your little heart. All right, come here. Come here. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now you put your head down now. He loves to be held like a baby. He loves it. So technically he's mine, but he is my youngest shadow. Huh. Brooklyn's your mama, huh? And I love you. And this is the only time I can actually snuggle him is when I'm sitting in a chair, because otherwise, she gets jealous. Yeah, because if I'm sitting on my bed and he gets up, she has a fit. She's like, no, that's my mama. He's about 7, so he's a little bit older. I love you. Got your nose. Oh yeah, you were out cold because your beard's all kinds of messed up, bud. There we go. That's a little bit better. What did you get into now? I'm gonna have to wash your face. Oh, they do. They do. I'm gonna get a kiss. I'm gonna get a kiss. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I'm so tired. Yeah, yeah. I'll take you back in a minute. All right, guys. I'm gonna get out of here. I do have to try to get some sleep tonight. I knew I shouldn't have taken that migraine nap, but oh, my head was killing me earlier. There we go, bud. There we go. Yes, that's exactly what she thinks. That's her bed, and he's not allowed in it because boys drool and girls rule. I know, isn't he? He's a doll. Huh? Here's my boy. You want me to put a blanket on the floor for you and you can sleep in here with us? I'll put it under the desk for you. Oh, gotta love it. Gotta love it. Oh, I can just get Sissy's stuffies over there and put a blanket over them for you. Lay them out flat. There's enough there. Should be give you a nice heavy or thick cushion on the floor. Huh? Yeah. He don't care. He does not care. He's just sitting here. I will. I'll get some sleep. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I had no intention of being this late. That's for sure. I was just going to do a short one tonight. But everybody kept hanging out. So, all right, guys. Y'all have a wonderful day. Well, and it would be, still be night on the other side. Something like that. All right. We'll see you guys later. I won't promise to be live again tomorrow night, but I will promise I will try. You guys have a good one. Y'all get some rest too. Sunrise. I'll talk to you guys later.